Saga, please proceed to table 9 to start your match. Michael Saga, table 9. The next match on table 14, Mark Strauss, Niklas Dor. Mark Strauss, Niklas Dor, table 14.
Well, a very warm welcome to our viewers on Pro Billiard TV and RTL Luxembourg. It's the Predator Luxembourg Open, our second of 2026 and our first to be hosted here in Luxembourg. And what a superb venue we have. The recently opened GRIDX, Europe's first multi-experience destination. And you join us on table 1 for a winner's first round matchup between the Polish player Adam Staniovich, a strong regular on the EUROTOUR, and he takes on one of the toughest players in the world right now, Joshua Filler from Germany. This is a 10-ball, alternate 2 breaks per player. It's a race to 7. Both players are under the shot clock. My name is Gethin Davis, and it looks like Adam Staniovich has won the rack, and he will get this match off to the start, and will take the opening 2 breaks.
Match on table 8, Mateusz Sligoki, Nikolaus Malai,
Well, I've got to have a look at Adam warming up, and he was certainly getting the balls moving off the break. On this occasion, he's made a couple. As you see from the replay, he's not been fortunate in leaving himself shape on the one ball. So he does have an option here to push, which he's called. And that will give Joshua the choice to take the shot on. He could return it to Adam. And as you notice, up where Josh is playing the cue ball from, the ball that Adam just made contact with on the push has now fallen behind the 6, which has left a little awkward cluster for whichever player gets that far. But Filler did take that on, missed it by a margin, and may have just fallen quite nicely with where the 1 has ended up. But as you see from the overhead there, the 5-6 cluster will need to be dealt with at some point. Nice shot from Adam. Looks like the pace was just right to hold. Or is there an edge? If not, Josh may be happy just to hop over the edge of the 10 ball for this. That would be unfortunate for Adam. He had left enough of it. Now Joshua, freshly back from the USA, where he picked up the title at the Las Vegas Men's Open, beating Fedor Gorst in the final there. He also did the double, him and his wife Pia, picking up the mixed doubles turbo title as well. So a very successful trip across the pond, and now is back in Luxembourg, a bit closer to his home soil. And now he's left himself a cross bank on the 5. We'll be making contact with the 6 here as well. He's come out of that quite well. Most importantly, made the bank. As you can see from that great camera angle, there was room to pass the 10. And that's really now opened this up nicely for Filler here in this opening rack. And does convert the first point on the board against Adam's break. Adam will return to the table for his second in this 2 break per player alternate format. But the best possible start for Josh. And, well, if you were to look at it on paper, you would certainly put Joshua out as favourite for this, but early stages of the Euro Tour can always throw up a surprise or two. Now, as we saw, Staniovich making balls off the break from his first attempt, just didn't get the shape on the 1 desired to continue. On this occasion, he's made 2 balls again, and this time has shape on the 1. As you can see, good contact and good movement. The cue ball was travelling a bit though. Now, how much angle can he get from this 1 ball for shape on the 2? He's done very well there and just slid past the 5. Arguably the wrong side of the blue 2 to get good shape on the 3, or rather easier shape. May need to just sacrifice position here and take a longer 3. Oh, and at that pace, was always going to make that shot into these tight side pockets that bit more difficult. Now, hasn't been fortunate to bring the 9 into play, which has left Joshua with a good look at the 2. A little straight. Looking to draw back for the 5. Oh, and got a miss hit there. Little hop of the cue ball and lost all of the draw spin. That makes this 5 ball a bit trickier. If you just look carefully under the cue ball, it lifted off the table. And that will be down to reaching. Well, good recovery pot has run into the 6. May have done him a favour. Oh, and it hasn't. And the first error from Joshua brings Adam to the table with a thin look at the 6. Yeah, he just caught the near side of the jaw. Was a difficult shot. Knew he had to hold for the 7. Now, I mentioned a thin cut for Adam. That is very thin indeed. If he doesn't fancy this, he may look to try and bring the cue ball up there, top of the table, towards the 7. But he's having a look at the potting angle. Makes the pot, however, with the cue ball running away. It's made contact with the 7 and has not finished very nice for him here. But what a great cut shot. Played with a gentle draw to bring the cue ball towards the 7. Now he needs to bring the 10 into play, and I think he's done it. It will leave filler with a jump shot. But good play by Adam. Well, successful jump shot in that he made contact with the 7 legally and has got distance between them and not left the 7 in an easy potting position. So Adam may need to return the favour here with a safety of his own, as I mentioned in the intros. It's one of the things that stands out in my notes from Adam, is he's a steady safety player, and that's really made him a strong regular on the EUROTOUR. He's gone for the bank. He's made the bank. What a shot. Gets a small applause from the background. And not just making the bank, but has left a shot into the side pocket here. And make sure of it this time. And a good point this will be to get on the board early on. That brings us back to 1 apiece, and we will now hand over to Joshua for his round of 2 breaks. We just see a couple of Joshua's shots there, including that little miss-hit. We do have more action being streamed live to you. On our other table, table 2, Juan Carlos Exposito is taking on Daniel Maciel. And for our first look at Joshua's break, he's made a ball. Has he got a look on the one, though? The cue ball took a nudge off the 4 as well. And Joshua's got that cue ball moving off the break. Needs to be careful. Well, he's tried to play that very gently to hold for the next ball, the 3. And in doing so, just run off or compromise the pot. A thin cut now for Adam, if he can see the cut, that is. There's a good chance he could get rewarded, because the cue ball will be coming back off the long rail towards the cluster of the 8 and 3. No, the cut wasn't on, and it looks like again Adam's just overrun the position ever so slightly. Joshua was aiming for the 4. It's come up above the 4. May have hampered cueing for Adam here. But he can see the 4. Sorry, the 1. Has played it well, but may again have left Filler with a look at the 1. No obvious pocket available, of course, but a good chance for Joshua to play an aggressive safety. Well, that hasn't worked out. I'm not sure if that 1 ball was supposed to go cleanly through the cluster. It hasn't. And it's hung out for Adam here. And this is a good opportunity in the 3rd rack. Just a quick glance around the table. There's no real trouble to need to develop. And that's a good opening pot will leave a tricky 3 into the side pocket. Ooh, just caught it a little thin. However, has blocked the pathway with the 8 ball. A little tap on the table of acknowledgement to Joshua. Now it looks like Phil's going to play up the table. 1, possibly 2 rails. Has made the call of the 3 in the side pocket. Made a legal hit, but did not drop. I still think the 3 doesn't have a pocket available naturally. As you see there, the cue ball just catching the second rail before contact. And that's a better safety from the pole. Getting that cue ball very close to the 8. It does limit your opponent options when you can lock that cue ball to an object ball. Another good hit from Joshua, but again, leaving an opportunity for his opponent. Now, what can Adam do here? This is an easier opportunity than he had earlier in this rack. A little thinner on the 4 than he'd liked. The cue ball will be running a little bit down table. He's played that delicately. And again, electing to play delicate. There was an option to play it a lot harder to bring the cue ball back across, but I like the way that he's playing this. Big, deep exhale. Completely understandable when your opponent is of the caliber of Joshua. And well, he's made the 6, but in the wrong pocket. Looking to put a bit of extra juice on the cue ball to bring it back across for the 7. Compromise the pot, and it will bring Joshua to the table. And as the 8 passes the 10, this is a bit of a gift for the German here. And this 10 ball, we'll see Joshua regain the advantage. Scoreline 2-1. It will be the second of his set of 2 breaks to come. But from Adam's perspective, he's getting opportunities, which is more than he may have expected coming into this match. And it just looks like Adam is taking this opportunity for a quick break. As we just look at a roundup of the shots in our last rack. And yes, indeed, Adam did take a break. I'm just sat here a little surprised because it's quite early in the match. What we will do is we'll take a quick short break with the players, and we'll be back with you very shortly for more action from this winners first round match. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back with you. And a very warm welcome back, viewers, to the next instalment of this winners first round matchup between Adam Staniovich and Joshua Filler. Joshua Filler leading 2-1 with the second of his 2 breaks in this alternate 2 breaks per player format. I mentioned before the timeout, or as the timeout was being called, I was a little surprised. It's quite rare you see timeouts called so early in the game. I'm going to suggest that came from the wayward miss on the 7 ball from Adam in the last match, just having a little word with himself. Now, has he had a result off the Joshua's second break? Looks very tight into this side pocket. And they are not forgiving. Fortune favours the brave, but that was a very thin angle to come in at on these tightly cut side pockets. Now, it's left a cut for Joshua. And he's played it with a drag shot to hold the pace of the cue ball for the 2. The balls are not too badly positioned on the table. Now, how much angle does he have off the 4? Can he just drop this in to hold for the 5? No, it's a bit too much. So it's come underneath it. Yeah, didn't need to do too much from the 6 here. has left a nice angle on the 7. 8 appears to be available to both bottom pockets. And that limits the need to move the cue ball so much, and well, as much as Adam may have needed the timeout, it's not helped with regards to the momentum. We've not been privileged to witness a break and run as of yet. Both players just looking to get settled into their break a little bit more. But that will be of no consequence for Joshua here, who is looking in good position with this 10 ball to take a 3-1 lead in this race to 7. And what that will mean, though, is that it will bring Adam back to the table for his next round of 2 breaks. So Joshua in pole position at the moment. But if Adam can get his break working and leave him in good position for the next ball, he is in a very good place to be able to bring the scoreline back. But he's going to have in the back of his mind that any mistakes will be pounced upon. So the pressure may be mounting for the young Pole, but that may bring the best out of him yet. So trailing 3 racks to 1 in this race to 7. Place in winners round 2. And that is much better. Making balls. Good control on the cue ball. As you see there, the cue ball freezing up lovely. Shape on the 1. Arguably a bit of a tricky 6 to contend with. As the black 8 is covering it somewhat. Now, the cue ball has just run up towards the 4. It's going to make cueing a little bit more difficult for the 3. And it looks like he's going to need to try and follow the cue ball through, so with elevation makes this shot quite tricky. He's navigated that well. And where that 5 is, will lend itself to be quite handy to get position for the following ball. That 6 we were talking about over in the top left of the table. As you could just see, he was eyeing up where he wants to put that cue ball. There is a danger that that cue ball could get stuck in there when he needs to get it up for the 7 ball, which is down where his hand was there. So this could be the key shot for this fifth rack. Plays it very well, avoids the 8 completely, which leaves it in that great position. This could be a big point in the match for Adam here. giving himself natural angle just to run off that top short rail to float down towards the 9. Good focus. Lets the cue ball do the work. Round 3 rails for the 10. And this a very useful rack to put on the board for Staniovich. If he can prevent Joshua from running away with it and do it on his break. It would just ask a couple of questions. And he has brought the scoreline back to 3-2. He'll be back to the table for the second of his set of 2 breaks. And by all accounts, the young Polish player has held himself together very well there. May have seen a little shake in the hand there in his last shot. Understandable. What a match to pull for your winners round 1 match against arguably one of the best players in the world right now. And the scoreline 3-2. An opportunity here for Adam to bring it back to level. I'll bring you some updates from our other table very shortly. As we just take a look at the result from Adam's break. It looked dry. I didn't hear anything drop. And with Adam sitting in his chair, that would suggest Joshua will be to the table. Now, how was the result from the cue ball and the 1? Well, not the most of attractive looks. Well, I'm not sure if the bank was called or not, but that's where the 1 ball was heading. It didn't drop. Now, I'm not too sure if the cut is on from the way that that has landed. As you look at the improvisation from Joshua there to swing the cue ball and maneuver it around for the 2. But this cut may be on for Staniovich here. And there's natural shape for the cue ball to come back round for the 2. Oh. He elected to play safe. Bringing the cue ball up behind the 5, but it just took a double kiss and has tracked into the corner pocket. That'll be ball in hand for Joshua here. As you just see there, on the way back, the 1 ball just clipped the cue ball, which sent it in the pathway of the pocket. Now, it's not the easiest of patterns out there. That cluster with the 5, 6, 7 will need some particular care. It does look like the 6 will pass the 8 into the bottom right pocket, which may be a good option for Joshua. But we'll see from this shot how he's looking to take this on. He's looking to bring it around, which was always going to be difficult with where the 7 was positioned. And the cue ball hasn't run far enough. May elect to play rail first and still take this pot on. No, went for the kick and stick, and it hasn't come out the best. And it will bring Adam out of his chair with not too much left on the table. You feel with 6. For position on the 7, and he'll be in prime position. And as you saw from the line of Adam's cue there, he's looking to leave himself an angle as he's going to need to bring the cue ball over to where he is. Got his head positioned now from the 8. As the 9 is only available to the bottom right pocket. Is that going to be enough angle for the pole? If not, he's going to need to put a bit of a shot on this. Well, he has brought the cue ball back across the table, but has left himself a very thin cut on the 9. Quickly calls his extension, and a big puff of the cheeks. He knows this is a big one. Would really like to take this rack.
Next match on table 9, Felix Vogel, Ante Schola. Ante Schola, Felix Vogel, table 9. Have a short practice and start your match as soon as possible.
Solid pot. Was very worried that the announcements coming over the tannoy was going to just put him off ever so slightly. Solid pot. Cue ball has finished 50-yard line. This will fill Adam with a lot of confidence. This 10 ball. Ooh, and he hasn't made it. But he does have the second prize. Good distance. Difficult cut. Blind pocket. Was up against it. Now what can Joshua do from this position? He may just go full-blooded for the bank. Oh, that's a delightful safety shot. As we look at the replay on that, he was focused on bringing this cue ball right back up to the center diamond, the top of the table. And the 10 has finished mirrored down on the bottom. Oh, Adam looked to go full-blooded, took on the bank. Always the threat of a scratch. Ball in hand to Joshua, and the difference between Adam bringing that back to 3-3 and Joshua extending his lead to 4-2 could be massive in this race to 7. It will bring Joshua back to the table for his next slice of 2 breaks. But I feel that was as good as opportunity as ever for Adam there, just to try and keep the scoreline honest and ask a few questions of Joshua. And Adam, one of the strong Polish contingency we have here, already through from this round into the winner's second round. Wojciech Szewczak, another strong Polish player, Also, Miko van Berkel of the Netherlands through. As we look at the replay from Joshua's break there, he's sticking with that break, which is moving the cue ball quite a lot, but on this occasion has run dry. This isn't the easiest of ones to get your account open. And he's played a good safety, putting the 9 ball in between object ball and cue ball. And it's giving cause for thought for Joshua. Okay, he's called something in the bottom left pocket. Wasn't immediately obvious what it was. Maybe it was the side that he was gesturing, but it was more about getting good cue ball from that escape. Hasn't. He wasn't far away from getting cover with the 9. No. Looks like the 5 is hampering the 1 too much to be able to take it on for the corner pocket. So Adam has been down there for a closer inspection. And he's calling the 5. So it looks like he's looking for the thinnest of contacts on this 1 ball to slide off the right-hand side and clip the 5 in. Oh, and he wasn't far away from it at all. But the danger in playing that and playing it so delicately is that it can result in a great opener for your opponent, which is exactly what he's left Joshua here. It was a very brave shot for Adam to consider and take on. It would be a shame if it would be to be punished at this opportunity, but this is Pro Pool EUROTOUR. More importantly, this is Joshua Filler. Well, a little mooch from Filler there. That cue ball has just misbehaved somewhat. Well, you'd have to say that's a good recovery. But now needs to come up with a big shot to get shape on this 8 ball. Oh, and he looked to have hit that all wrong. And well, he may not have believed it at the beginning of this match, but Adam is getting chances, and you don't normally get them against Filler. The question is he able to convert any, stroke enough of them? Needs to put a big shot on this 7, following the cue ball through off the top short rail, back down for the 9. How's the line of the cue ball? It's just rolled on a bit too far, avoided the 9. That's left him a very tricky look at an 8 here. I was looking to bring the 10 ball into play to hamper Joshua. Hasn't done that. And it's an open look at this 8. Wow. Well, you won't see many mistakes like that from Joshua. Normally, you wouldn't see that many in his tournament, let alone in a match. Is this a little sign that there's something for Adam to get his teeth into here? Raise of the eyebrows. Wasn't expecting to finish this straight on the 9. Shouldn't be in too much trouble, as the 10 is more than cuttable. And this 10 to bring Adam Staniovich back within 1. The scoreline, a respectable 4-3. And maybe just a little shot across the bow to Joshua. But if he is going to make a mistake and Adam is able to punish it, we could be in for a few more fireworks yet in this winner's first round. A quick look over at the other table, table 2. It's the matchup between Juan Carlos Exposito and Daniel Macio. Well, Daniel Macio has got to the hill already, leading 6-3 in that match. Just to note, it is double elimination. So losers of these matches will get a second bite of the cherry, but we'll have to come the longer way. And again, Joshua sticking with the break. That cue ball is moving quite a lot around the table. And sadly didn't get shape on the next ball after making a ball on the break. Looked to get that cue ball locked behind the 3. Hasn't done so, although the 2 is blocking the pathway for the 1 into the bottom right. Yeah, he's coming down for a closer inspection. There's not an immediately obvious safety to play, hence why he's come down for a better look to see it where he needs to put the cue ball to hide it behind a cluster. He's called the top right as a bit of a banker, so that would suggest he's looking at playing 3 rails and maybe leave the cue ball somewhere behind the 6, hoping that the 1, if it doesn't drop, stays up behind the 4. And it's just come up short. Very unfortunate. As I mentioned, not a clear safety opportunity there for him. Looked to smuggle one in. But that brings Joshua to the table. that shot. I just had a little look at the 5. It's clearly hampered to both bottom right and bottom left pocket. It's more a case of how it is dressed up for the combination. The 5-9 combination looks quite tempting, but with the shape he's got on the 4 here now, he may be forced into having to play either the 5-10 combination, which does look, well, a little bit disjointed. Oh, he's going to need to pull up a big shot here. So much so, he's turned it down. Now, he has left Adam with a look at the 4. It would be the thinnest of cuts to take on from an aggressive perspective, but he could try and slide off the left-hand side of it, the 4, to bring the cue ball around the angles. Looks like he's going for the right-hand side of it here, though. Oh, he's played that very well. Played that very well indeed. May have left the thinnest of edges. Oh, that 4 ball did move. I can report back, ladies and gentlemen. Joshua acknowledging it as well. Maybe Adam didn't pick up on it. But a glimmer of movement. But if it passes the 10, this could be a good opportunity for Adam here. He is going to be forced to come round for that combination, you feel, if he takes it on. Which he has, and has. Ooh. Oh dear. Well, what happened there was he's looked to hold the cue ball by putting a bit of draw on it, and it's transferred a little bit of topspin onto the 5, and that 5 has just rolled past the 10, not in a potting position. So a little wry smile from the Polish player there. Unfortunate. And has played a containing safety on Joshua here, but he could find himself coming back to the table in trouble. And indeed does. Lovely shot by Joshua. Taking the energy out of the 5 ball, running it into the 6. Giving himself a good target for the cue ball. Adam going airborne. Dare I say he's called the side pocket. This is a very difficult shot with the cue ball being so close to the 8. Oh, great shot. Has he been rewarded though? That cue ball looked to leak and leak over towards the rail and bring the 10 into play. He may have been fortunate, you know. Now, came running into the 8 ball. Possibly was looking to avoid it, but was difficult to judge with a thin cut like that. Didn't hear the call. That's because there wasn't one. Oh, but the cue ball. Oh, a second time for Adam. Very unfortunate. And just the wrong time to have a scratch. And that hard work by Adam, sadly not paying dividends for him. And what looked like a great opportunity to bring the scoreline back to 4 apiece actually sees Joshua extend his lead back to 2. 5-3 the score. As we see that wonderful jump shot that he played was left in a thin cut, which he also made. However, that scratch allowed Joshua to get back to the table. And 5-3 in this race to 7. Well, Adam, with the first of his next round of 2 breaks, really does need to start to get some magic happening. He's certainly got the drive and determination. And he's got a ball off the break. More than one. And a good look at the 1 ball. Yeah, the cue ball was travelling a bit, but that will be of no concern to him. He has a very good look at the 1. The 2 is in open space down in the bottom half of the table. Took a little friendly bump on the 5. That didn't do him any harm. And as you take a look from this view, there is no trouble for him to contend with on the table. This is all going to be about his pattern play. Coming this side of the 3 promotes a very natural shape for the cue ball. This will all be about pace and letting the cue ball do the work. But then he'll be looking to finish quite straight on the 5 if he can. I think that will be straight enough for him to be able to hold the cue ball for the 6 in the left side pocket. Oh, just reaching over. Played well. 7-8 is going to be the key shot here, and that will all come down to the position he gets for it off this 6. Arguably just fallen a little low on the 6, so he can't float down naturally with the cue ball towards it. May just need to take a longer pot on a similar line to the line he has now on the 7. Now has he left himself an angle to work with? Great camera angle suggests he has just a little. And Adam Staniovich is keeping his composure very well under the circumstances, trading 5-3 to one of the world's top players. And he hasn't battered an eyelid. This 10 ball brings the scoreline back to 5-4. And in this race to 7, if he's able to pick up the next one from his break, well, it will ask a few questions of Joshua's break. Great roundup of the shots there as we take a look at the rack. The Predator Arcos balls. This is now getting to the business end of this match. And this would be a great time for Adam to convert his break and bring the scoreline back to 5 apiece in this race to 7. Adam Staniovich to break. And a little update from our other stream table, table 2. Juan Carlos Exposito is now only behind Daniel Maciel by 1 rack. He's on the comeback. Daniel's still on the hill. 6-5 over there. So we just take a wrap-up of the break. Again, no good look at the 1 ball. And that's just preventing these players for really break and running. Which is, of course, what they'd like to be doing out there. But instead, oh, that looked like a lovely safety from Adam, but has just clipped the 3 and is the difference between covering Joshua here and giving him a good look at a safety on the 1. Yeah, he's called his extension. Playing the kick and stick. He did call the left side pocket as a bit of insurance, as the 1 ball was going in that direction, and if he were to have potted it without calling, it would have left his opponent with the decision to keep Joshua at the table or to take the next pot on himself. However, Adam now with good distance between the balls for his next shot. It's going to need to be particular here. Well, narrowly avoided the double kiss, but not enough energy in the 1 ball to get down the top of the table. Not the easiest of 1 balls for Joshua here, but these are the ones you'll find he's likely to take on. Well, it was tough, especially with wanting to hold for the 2. I'm just wondering if the 1 has come past the 9. Looks like it has. Oh, how was the bump on the 9? Well, from the look of Adam's body language, it was a big enough bump to keep clear for the 2. And this, a great opportunity yet again for Adam to bring the scoreline back to level. Yeah, didn't need to do too much with the cue ball here. Can just let the cue ball float on through and off the short rail to come back up for the 6. Well, he has Has finished a little straight on the 6, but that shouldn't really provide him too much of a problem. I've got a feeling if he gets into this 6 with a little bit of premise, that cue ball is going to come back out off the rail. And as long as he's not screwing towards or drawing towards the 9 ball, it's all going to be about the 7 to 9. Yeah, a little bit of distance off the rail will help. Well, a little whip of the head. He appreciates how big this shot is. Oh, just overrun a little bit, or rather not enough, I would say, has overrun. That now leaves a very tricky 9. The upside is that he would be very hard pressed not to land on the 10 if he were to successfully make the pot. But if there were any sense of nerves in the young Polish player, I say young, both these players 28 and 27 respectively. Oh, and he has made it. I was about to say if there were any nerves, this would be the time for them to show. Great composure. And Adam Staniovich now facing down this 10 to bring the scoreline back to 5 apiece against a certain informed Joshua Filler. And what a treat we have in store for us, ladies and gentlemen. Adam Staniovich brings the scoreline back to 5 apiece in this race to 7. For Joshua, it's his turn to take the next 2 breaks, which means, if converted, would be the win for him. However, this match has been shaping up to be a little bit mischievous, and with a couple of errors from both players, Adam has been able to stick in this match. Joshua Filler to break. 5-5 in this race to 7. Again, making balls off the break, but just not getting the nicest of shapes on the 1. But this time, as the cue ball was quite close to the 1, it's allowed Joshua to play that safety with a little bit of finesse and has locked that cue ball against the 8. That makes this a very tricky shot now for Adam. Oh, great shot. Missed the 5, made thick contact on the 1 and has been richly rewarded here. There's a good chance that 6 ball is blocking the 2 rail. As you see there from that camera angle, played that to perfection. Good hit from Joshua, very good hit. But where that 7 ball is, you fancy the 1-7 combination is well within Adam's remit here. And it was very much within his remit. A lot of traffic to consider here in getting shape for the 2. A few windows to have to find, unless he can bring the cue ball round a few more angles I was going to say he would have needed to have brought it down and through the bottom of the table. He's looked to find that window. Although he's found the window, he's left himself a thin shot on the 2, and the cue ball hugging the long rail, which makes it a little trickier, especially to control the cue ball. He's played that really well. However, these side pockets are very unforgiving. This one needs to be played precisely. Oh, he played it well. Played it real well. Brought the 5 out of play to be able to hold for the 4. Played that really well as well, considering. Now doesn't need to do too much with the cue ball. He's fallen low on the 5 as well, which will just bring the cue ball up from the 7, keeping good distance. And not much more than a stop shot needed on the 6. And will we see Adam Staniovich take the hill first in this matchup against Joshua Filler? And this 8 ball to get position on the 10. He's got me quiet in the commentating box. This 10 ball, after just not being able to bring the scoreline back to level for much of this match, has this 10 ball to take the lead and, more importantly, take the hill in this race to 7. It will be Joshua to take the second of his breaks, but what a result so far. And could we be staring down the barrel of our, so far, first upset? It is double elimination, so the loser of this match will go through to the loser's bracket and have a longer journey to the finals. But this is incredible, truly incredible. And the wife of Joshua in the crowd watching on there. She will be used to watching her husband in all sorts of positions at the table, normally in a winning one. But Joshua's been here before, knows how to dig deep. She will be willing him on over the finishing line. A good opener from Joshua there. It wasn't an easy 1 ball to get the account underway. We've seen similar positions where they've been missed and Adam's been able to pounce. Well, this man has pretty much seen and achieved everything in the game. he will be unperturbed by the scoreline, although will be eager to not have to come the long way in this EuroTour event here in Luxembourg. And what a useful time to put in a break and run. It will be Adam up to break next if Joshua were to take this to a hill-hill. What a response. What a response. After training for the first time in this match, responds with a break and run. Joshua Filler with the 10 ball brings the scoreline 6 apiece. We're going all the way. We are down to a decider, and it will be Adam to break. Whew. Hold on, ladies and gentlemen. And over on our other table, well, that was turning into a thriller as well between Daniel Maciel and Juan Carlos Exposito. The Polish player Daniel besting Carlos 7-5. That didn't get to a hill-hill, but exciting stuff on both of our stream tables for you. The next round of matches coming up in 40 minutes, but let's not get distracted. Breaking hill-hill for the match, Adam Staniovich from Poland. Has made a few balls off the break, but familiarly has left not a good option on the 1. But remains at the table. And a very good break by all accounts, except getting position on the 1. Called the bank, made the bank, and has held for the 2. I was a bit fearful that the cue ball was going to come too far down the table, but what a great opening shot to capitalize on his good break. A little raise of the eyebrow from Joshua there. There's nothing he can do from the chair. I'm sure he'll be saying fair play to his opponent. He's done what he's needed to do to get himself in this position. And now, can he do what needs to be done to get over the finish line? Will undoubtedly be one of Adam's best wins, I would suggest. Not necessarily at a crux stage of a tournament, but taking on Joshua in the form that he's in, this is no mean feat. That's about as delicately as he was prepared to play that. He should be able to avoid the 9 and the side pocket. But still needs to be particular with the pace of the cue ball. Well, it looks like he's purposefully going to aim for the 9 off of the 4. Looking to take the energy out of the cue ball. Oh, I said he should be able to avoid the side pocket, but he hasn't. He's hit the knuckle. A bit of a smile, a wry smile. I have to say, I kind of liked his idea with trying to push into the 9, as it would have opened up the 7 a bit nicer for him. However, his look at the 5 now is not so pretty. And what can he do? He's going to play it for the side pocket. Where's the cue ball going to go? And that was the sort of area it was likely to end up in. Has it just travelled too much to bring the 10 into play? If not, oh, it has. It has. And this now turns into a tricky opportunity for Adam. It looks like he's going airbound and has called the 7 in the side pocket. I'm just wondering if he's warned Joshua that there are going to be balls coming his way. This needs to be played, oh, I was going to say, very precisely. I'm not too sure if the timer inhibited Adam there, but he got down and played a great jump shot. Just didn't get anywhere near the pot and has left Joshua in here. And what a time to put yourself in trouble. Well, this will not be the way Joshua wanted to win this match, but I don't think he cares too much how the wins come. This 10 ball to take this match in a hill decider, and a lot of mutual respect between the players. Very unfortunate for Adam Staniovich. His fans should be very proud of his performance there. He will move over into the losers bracket. Joshua pushed through into the winner's second round, and coming up on this table next will be in just over half an hour. Emile Gangflot will be taking on Victor Zalinski over on table 2 at 6 p.m. Again in half an hour. Mad Max Lechner is taking on Oliver Zolnocki. Again, thank you to everyone joining us on Pro Billiard TV and RTL Luxembourg. We look forward to having you back in half an hour for more action, and I hope it's as thrilling as the match we've just experienced now. My name's been Gethin Davis. I look forward to having you back soon. Take care.
One, two, three, four. Again? 1, 2, 3, 4. Wait, can we actually, if we go like there behind the corner? Behind the corner? Yeah. Yeah, that's good. Let's go.
So day one at the Predator Luxembourg Open, and we're back with Joshua Filler, who survived an almighty score there, winning 7-6 over Poland's Adam Stankovich. How did you do it, Josh?
How did I do? Well, I just was lucky enough that he made in crucial moments some mistakes. Because from my side, it was like a really poor standard. I missed all the tough, middle tough shots, I'd say, not even close. So I kind of didn't had a feel of where to aim. This is how I felt. I was quite lost. I think I haven't played since a year, and the EUROTOUR, that was definitely one of the worst performances from my side. But I have to improve now because I know I'm going to play Daniel Marcial next tomorrow. So yeah, I just have to play much better now.
But when that's happening to you on the table, and you've still got a match to win, how do you compose yourself or gather yourself to try and get over the line?
I mean, just try to win, right? But I didn't let it go because every opportunity I had, I was just trying to go for it, but it didn't seem like to help me because I kept missing the balls. But I know I'm capable of making all those balls, but today was the day where I didn't. But this is cool sometimes. You have a bad day. I had it today, but still won. But this is an event where you play multiple days, so I only can improve now.
Yeah, there's only one ways up, isn't it?
Yeah.
But you've won 8 times in the last few years here on the EUROTOUR. Presumably you can draw on those experiences when you get moments like this?
Well, of course, I'm always trying to be positive, even though maybe didn't look like it because I was also kind of overwhelmed how I played. But I just have to forget this match. It was just a first match. I mean, he played good in the beginning, but then he also fell. I saw he was quite nervous too, but he still made a couple of great shots, to be fair. But yeah, I'm just glad that I won and can continue in a different way.
Well, it's Daniel Maciel tomorrow, and as they say, the only way is up.
Yeah, of course, I know how good he will play. I have to play much better there, but I have to just look at my game. If I play my game, then it's gonna be tough to beat me. So yeah.
Well, good luck with it tomorrow. Thank you very much.
I need it. There you go. Thank you.
Cheers.
Yeah, I went to the Italian. It was good. Yeah.
Like the burgers.
The burger. Really? Okay, I'm gonna have it tonight.
Smash burgers.
Maybe it will grow my game a little.
You need some food.
I'll eat more than that. I think it's horrible.
None of that salad. None of that salad crap.
Jesus. The pockets aren't even tight. Couldn't make it all.
We start the next round with the following matches. On table 1, Emile Gangflot, Victor Zalinski. Gangflot, Zalinski, table 1. On table 2, Maximilian Lechner, Oliver Jolnocki. Lechner, Jolnocki, table 2.
Yes, I saw.
On table 3, Ricardo Fonseca, Björn Bruckmann. Fonseca, Bruckmann, table 3. On table 4, Michael Hadjani against Matthias Hartke. Hadjani, Hartke, table 4.
You get your chance. You blew it. Hopefully you see the video because
I do like Martin was like no.
On table 5, Daniel Silva, Maroon Rishk. Silva, Rishk, table 5. On table 6, Fabienne Tormen, Jeremy Novak. Fabienne Tormen, Jeremy Novak, table 6. On table 8, Jimmy Devline against Kevin Lanoy. Jimmy Devline, Kevin Lanoy, table 8. On table 11, Michael Thorn against Pelayo Küli Hurtado. Michael Thorn, Pelayo Küli Hurtado, table 11. On table 14, Walter Leikle against Tom Kurz. Walter Leikle, Tom Kurz, table 14. On table 15, Timothy Furku against Michael Seitz. Timothy Furku, Michael Seitz on table 15. On table 17, Daniel Gutenberger, Tim Jonkman. Daniel Gutenberger, Tim Jonkman, table 17. On table 18, Jörg Welch against Leon Schroth. Jörg Welch, Leon Schroth on table 18.
No, you can't start early. You're waiting for the production. So in the meantime, it's your practice.
Okay.
And they will also ask you to leave the cue case and your jacket somewhere.
Yeah, it's gonna be televised. It's going to be a short walk. You know the rules, short walk, 60, 10 wide. Is it visible one? Yes, at the end. See, choose opening pressure. There is going to be the. Okay. I can show it. Yeah, okay, I know that. Everything's fine.
The next match on table 12, Adam King, Denis Laszkowski. Adam King, Denis Laszkowski, table 12.
I'll do your shot clock and then the score. We have a referee always here, so we'll call the referee.
For all players, have a short practice and start your match as soon as possible. Except of table 1 and 2, they will wait for the announcement from the TV crew. The next match on table 7, Andrea Grosso, Mario He. Andrea Grosso, Mario He, table 7. Have a short practice and start your match as soon as possible. Thank you. The next match on table 19, Pius Bayer against Alex Montpellier. Pius Bayer, Alex Montpellier, table 19. On table 8, Jimmy Devline, Kevin Lanoy. Jimmy Devline, Kevin Lanoy, table 8.
until the 8, the 6. Just in case we also play with the shot.
The next match on table 10, Martin Drobny, Tim Gergen. Martin Drobny, Tim Gergen, table 10. The next match of table 16, Marcin Kwiecin, Max Benko. Marcin Kwiecin, Max Benko, table 16.
And a very warm welcome to our viewers on Pro Billiard TV and RTL Luxembourg. It's the Predator Luxembourg Open, our second. And a very warm welcome to our viewers on Pro Billiard TV and RTL Luxembourg. It's the Predator Luxembourg Open, our second of 2026 and our first to be hosted here in Luxembourg. And what a superb venue we have. The recently opened GRIDX, Europe's first multi-experience destination. And you join us on table one for this winners round one matchup, and a great matchup we have in stall. Emile Andre Gangflot of Norway, who has been performing rather well of late, is taking on Victor Zalinski, who was a bright young talent and is now blossoming into a fine talent, even picking up a first major of the year, the Super Billiard Expo. It's 10 ball, 2 breaks per player alternating, race to 7, shot clock in play. I'm Gethin Davis, and it appears that Victor Zalinski has won the lag here and will get this match off. Well, sounded like he made good contact, but it's a dry break. And to add insult to injury, Emile Andre is left with a very good look on the one. We were just blessed to a fantastic match on this table between Joshua Filler and Adam Staniovich. That went all the way. And one thing to reflect and to bring to this match, both players were just struggling to get their breaks working, making balls but just not getting position to open up their account. It'll be interesting to see how both players take the break on. As of now, Emile was able to take the one and get position on the two. The 6 is rather tricky where it is, but the 5 maybe more so. If it passes the 10, there is a good opportunity to float down to it from the 4 ball. Emile, hailing from Norway, a regular on the pro circuit, especially EUROTOUR. Always played the cut too thin, looked like he wanted to make contact with the 5 to develop it. In focusing on that, has just taken his eye off the pocket. And as you can see from the overhead, the 5 does not have a path past the 10, so it does need to be developed. Made the pot, has brought the cue ball down off the short rail above the 5. Good options for safety if you were to take that on.
Extension.
Maybe even just thinning off the 5, putting the 5 underneath the 10 and bringing the cue ball back up the top of the table. However, it depends how he feels the cue ball will run off the short rail. Was he eyeing up the pot? No, it didn't look on from the overhead before. Wants to bring that 9 into play, but has leaked the edge of the 5. That may allow Gangflot to play a similar shot now off the edge of the 5. If he can bring the cue ball around the 10, he'd love to get the cue ball back to a similar position or better. We have many matches underway here at the GRIDX. There are a couple of matches just finishing from the 4 o'clock slot. So you may hear a few announcements coming through. Looked like Emile just wanted to wait for that to finish before he took the shot. Always look to play that delicately and bring the 9 into play. But he caught the 5 too thin. And that's now advantage Zalinski. Would not like to finish straight on the 6. It's got a bit of an angle. Is eyeing up the side pocket. Deep draw, long rail to finish very nicely on this 8 ball. May only have to just play it through off the short rail to come down for the 9. And now finds himself in good position to take this opening rack with his break. And does, and from a dry break which gave Emile Gangflot a very good look at taking this opening rack. It however has come back to Victor, and he will break for his second rack, leading 1 rack to 0. We have 2 tables being streamed for you live on Pro Billiard TV. Over on our other table, the Mad Max Lechner is taking on Oliver Zolnocki. And I have to say, both that and this match, one of the choice matches from this roundup. Many players still in this, and some very good players already through. Bring you some updates, but let's see Victor's second break first. Well, has made 2 in the top left corner pocket. One of them was the 1 ball, which means the 2 is his next to go for, and I think he's hampered. Is there an edge? No. Does have the option of a push. May feel There's an aggressive shot on. You arguably would say he only has to jump over the edge of the 4. And I know both these players are formidable jumpers. And he has his call to push. The 3, as you saw from that camera angle, covering the 2. But every opportunity to play a good safety from this position. So I wouldn't expect Gangflot to give this back. He's even having a look to see at the pathway past the 8 into the side pocket. There is a danger that cue ball is going to trace towards the 7. If you can avoid the 7, there may be merit. Oh, great view from the overhead of the pathway that needed to take. And what a great contact made afterwards on the 6. It's held the cue ball beautifully for the red 3. And that 6 hasn't really gone into trouble down there. So good opportunity here for the Norwegian. In a match like this, where both players are very capable of break and running, it's so important to try and steal one against the break. The earlier, the better. Good view of Gangflot's follow through there. Steady as a rock, especially with the power he put on that. It's finished perfect on the 8. And is in good position here to take one against Victor's break. We will then get to have a look at how Gangflot is breaking himself, but let's not get ahead of ourselves. These two still need to be put away, and as you can see there, he is cueing ever so slightly over the 10. Played that to perfection. And that was made to look rather easy. And in good fashion, Emile Andre brings the scoreline back to 1 apiece. And we will now get to have a look at his break. So, first job done, you'd have to say, for him here. And that contact on the 6 to finish for this 3 really did make the difference. It was an aggressive shot to take on. I felt from the push shot of Victor, he may elect to have played safe, but found the side pocket and found the point on the board. And if Gangflot has got his break working, he could really ask a few questions from Victor. That's what he'll be looking to achieve here. And this will be our first look at his set of 2 breaks here. Good power, good delivery, good cue ball, but not a ball down. As you can see there, the cue ball deadened up, didn't get contacted, but nothing finding a pocket. And that one ball from the result there is available to the side pocket. I didn't get a look at the rest of the table. I'm sure we will do in due course, but yeah, as you see from there, the only ball that really needs consideration will be the 5. Didn't want to get contact on the blue 2 there, so that's left him in a tricky position. Don't feel the cut will be on. So he's brought that line of 4 balls in the way to great effect. Shouldn't be too difficult an escape, but where the balls will end up is not guaranteed. If there is a 2-rail kick and stick, he has every chance of holding the cue ball behind the 4, but making contact on the 2, the primary objective. Oh, he did get the cue ball very close to the 4. If the 2 had travelled around, it would have got in the way, but it hasn't. And as you can see from this angle, there is a window to the blue 2. So a good escape from Gangflot, but just not being rewarded with returning the favour, and Victor has looked to do the same again, putting him in trouble. And it looks like he's done it. There is still quite a few balls on the table, so there are always opportunities to put your opponent back in a safe from your escape. He's called the top right for insurance. The shot clock has gone red. And that has worked out very nicely. And that 6 may be hampering any desire to play a jump shot. Oh, there's a gap. There's a gap, and not only a gap, the potting angle was on. Completely missed that. And held for the 3 very nicely. Well, it looked like that was a good safety from Emile Andre there. Wasn't to be. Around 2 angles, didn't get anywhere near the 6. And really it's getting from the 8 up to the 9, but where the 9 is positioned, you don't really need to come too high up the table. So a good opportunity for Victor. And this will be to take the first one off of Emile Andre's break as well. Wasn't happy with the angle. Has played that very well. Needed to move the cue ball more. And finds himself not needing to do too much with the cue ball to float down for this 10 ball. And to get back out into the lead and to return the favour with a break against Emile's break. And now Emile would really want to convert his second here and keep the scoreline fair at 2 apiece, as we just see a little roundup of the shots from that rack. Yeah, and we'll bring Emile back to the table for the second of his breaks. Just to mention already through, Joshua Filler, Wojciech Szewczak, Mika van Berkel, Yuri Pisklov, Daniel Maciel, some big names already through. There's some still to watch in this round. Mario Hay still out there, Dennis Graber and Felix Vogel are all still up to play in this winner's first round. Ooh, the 2 ball threatened, didn't drop, but he did make a ball, and we'll come back to the table. I'm just wondering where that 2 finished. It may be available to the side pocket. The 1 ball certainly available, and a good opportunity here. As I mentioned at the start of this match, both players fully capable of break and running when they get their breaks working. And well, this was shaping up to be a good opportunity. He's finished a bit straight on the 4, but that shouldn't hamper him too much. He can take a longer 5 ball on. Oh, could squeeze an angle. Has played that very nicely. Needs to come up for the green 6 top right of the table, and then it will be about the 7 to the 8. How's the pace of that cue ball? Ooh, that was not what was intended. And I fear that will be the end of the opportunity for the break and run. Now, can he play the green 6 onto the short rail and get distance and even traffic in between the cue ball and it? He can. Gets good distance. And Victor very quick, calling the right side pocket. Will be looking to go 2 rails, come up underneath it, where he just laid his finger on the rail, and catching it thick. Just a little bit thinner than he'd hoped for, and that's brought the 6 ball over the corner pocket and left the cue ball in a very tidy position here. So at the moment, Victor not able to punish that mistake from Emile Andre, and a good chance now. For the scoreline to be brought back level. Yep. Played it for the top left. Just felt like it was going to be too delicate to hold for it in the left side pocket. However, looks like he's brought the 10 in the way of his bridge. So he's going to be queuing over it somewhat. Played it well. Cue ball takes a handy bounce off the rail. Dug down on the ball there. Was probably looking to get a bit more effect on the draw. Just seemed to die on him, which now leaves just a trickier pot on the 10, fully within these players' remit, but always just can play a trick on the mind when you've done the hard work and leave the last ball a little trickier than hoped. However, not a problem. And with 2 breaks apiece, we now find the scoreline back to 2 apiece. And Victor will be back to the table to take his round of 2 breaks. But I mentioned this could be an interesting match, and the scoreline certainly reflecting that at the moment, and also the play. You do feel the first player to really grip this match by the scruff of the neck from the break could be the one to run away with it, but so far the break's not going either player's way. Emile Andre had a good chance at a break and run in the last one. And that will not be the chance that Victor was looking for in this 5th rack. Scratch in the side pocket. How was the spread of the balls? Well, the balls did spread. 6 a little tricky. There seems to be a big window between the 4 and the 9 here to play for, to get from 2 to 3. And as you can see from this angle, quite a healthy side pocket for the 6 ball there. But before we get there, Emile has found the window. We'll be looking to bring the cue ball back up to a similar position off the long rail. Now, has an angle. Does that mean he's going to run in towards the 6 ball? Well, we'll have to wait and see an opportunity for the Norwegian here.
Lugamen against Dennis Grabe. Lugamen, Dennis Grabe, table 15.
Ooh, that is not what he wanted. Made the pot, had the cue ball on the right track, but it's just rolled too far. And wow, what a game of tight margins. But that's twice now in 2 racks that Emile's left position just slip a little. maybe 3 rails even here. 1, 2, 3. Yeah, he did. Called the left side pocket for insurance. Has that 6 ball come up high enough? It has. That's obstructing Victor to take this pot on into the bottom left. So he's called the bottom right. The cross bank. It stayed high on the professional side, as we would say, which means it doesn't get hung up in that pocket. It's come back across the table. Still think Gangflot can see both sides of the 6. Or can he? He's had a closer inspection, so it's not clear. Ooh, needs the cue ball to keep running if he wants to bring the 7 in play. I don't think he has. Very difficult shot from that distance. Oh, can Victor see the potting angle? I'm not too sure he can. He's gone for the cross bank again, this time making it and holding position on the 7. It took a second attempt, but it has worked.
Extension.
And not really too difficult a shot to get position on the 8 here. I feel he could either follow through off the short rail at the bottom of the table, or could stun into the 7, but has made contact with the 9. Shouldn't present too much of a problem, but just needs to be sure to get position on the 9. And Victor Zalinski looking good to retain a 1-rack lead here, taking the first of his set of 2 breaks. Brings the scoreline to 3-2. And you have to say, that's 2 racks now where Gangflot has been in pole position, and just a little lapse of position, and it's changed the complex of the match here. So we just see a little roundup. That was the cross bank that made the opportunity for Victor. So Victor Zalinski for the second of his 2 breaks, leading 3 racks to 2 in this race to 7. Scratched off the last break, avoided it this time and made a ball. A little smirk would suggest it's not opened up for him. And I think that smirk may just be for where the 5 has ended up, because the 1 is certainly makeable into the side pocket. And that 7 has dressed up against the long rail, close to the side pocket. Played that well. Any shortness of that cue ball would have brought the 6 into play. He's had a second good look at that 5 ball. And a third, so playing off the 4. And wants to end on the line where his cue was there. Will not need to do too much if he can land straight on the 5. The 6 is very much available to the left side pocket. And then really, it's all eyes on the 7 ball. Well, he has moved the 9 out of the way, which makes both top right and bottom right pocket available for the 7. He does have an angle on the 6. The natural angle looks like he could float the cue ball off the top left long rail, then short rail and bring it around. Like this. Avoids the 8. Catches the 8, but that's done no harm. Ooh, it was a tough 7. Was always looking a tough 7, no matter which side you ended on it. And now, Gangflot returns to the table. 4 balls needed potting, and they all have an available pocket. This would bring the scoreline to 3-3, keep this match nice and tight, and would mean both players will have been able to steal one against their opponent's break in each round of their 2 breaks so far. Yeah, very nicely done. Needed to pick them off. Wasn't too difficult a layout for him, but in the scheme of the match, bringing the scoreline back to 3-3 and taking one off of Zalinski's break, very, very important. And now we'll see Gangflot back to the table for his next round of 2 breaks. As I mentioned, some big matches going off around in the arena at the moment. And a couple of highlights. Mario Hay 6-2 up against the Italian Andrea Grosso. It looks like Felix Vogel is up against it. He is trailing 6-5 to Ante Sola. So looks like quite a few exciting matches out at these early stages in day 1. And well, to add to the excitement, Emile has made a ball. Bit of distance between the cue ball and the 1, but can't see the potting angle. There are good opportunities for safety. That cluster with the 7-9 looks a big target to aim for with the cue ball. But yeah, our viewers who are here for the last match An absolute thriller between Joshua Filler and Adam Stankiewicz. Went to a hill decider. If you want to keep updated with the scores, please do visit EPBF.com. Yeah, I mentioned that cluster. He's played that to perfection, running the cue ball into the 9. Certainly escapable, but nothing guaranteed on where the balls are going to end up. He's looking at a sort of kick and stick, 2 rails behind the 1. Oh, he's found it clean as a whistle into the side pocket. I don't think he called that as insurance. And now it's over to Emile Andre to make a decision on if he wants to take this shot on or not, because he can return it to Victor. And from this camera angle, there's not really much to go for, apart from a big jump shot if he wants to take this on. Otherwise it's a rail first, and he may feel there's value in handing this back, and he has.
Side pocket, 2 ball.
Victor walks out to the table with his jump stick in his hand. He's had plenty of time sat in his chair looking at it. He'd already made his decision. Oh, what a shot. Where's the cue ball? Oh my. Well, fortune favours the brave, unfortunately, on this occasion. After making a great jump pot, he's given ball in hand to his opponent. And in the scheme of the match, a great opportunity for Emile not only to get in the lead, but to then push on, as he'll retain the next break as well. Deep draw drags the cue ball away from the 7. It's landed a bit straight on this, but shouldn't be a problem. Seems to be straight on the 8. Can just stop the cue ball. Will leave a nice angle to bring the cue ball up for the 10. And does not want to be leaving it on the 50-yard line, which he has done previous in this match. This 10 ball for a very useful 4-3 lead in this race to 7. And he has, and will also get this next break as well. Good opportunity for him to push on here and put himself 2 from the finishing line. As I mentioned, we have 2 tables being streamed live for you with commentating. Over on our other table is the matchup between Mad Max Lechner and Oliver Zalinski, both tough players. Mad Max is 4-1 up in that match. keep you abreast of updates. But bringing it back to this match, I have to say, both players not having it fully with their break, but so far it looks like Emile is just eking out an advantage here. And if he is able to take this next rack with his break, we'll put the pressure on Victor. Well, again, good power. Didn't seem to be too bad a contact, but nothing dropping by the looks of it. And a little look down the line of the 1 to the cue ball. Is that 6 in the way? Victor's had a little look as well. Well, it looked like he was about to play that shot. Got straight back up after his final backswing. May have had to have just turned the cue ball over a touch to the left. However, he has made the pot, but just has come up too close to the 2. We'll be needing to play safe here. Looks to have done that well. One rail escape certainly on. Oh, he's just having a look. There may be a pathway through the 7-3 to pick up an edge of the 2, and even if not, may want to catch the cushion first. With a bit of right-hand effect, would throw the cue ball into the 2, and a very good chance of potting it. Well, he played that in a way that he could likely have seen the potting angle, but he did catch it too thin. And Victor back to the chair to get his extension out, and just looking to see a few balls move then. And that 6 may have moved into a tricky spot, a bit similar to the 7 in an earlier rack in this match, which proved a problem for Victor. Well, he's had a good few looks now. Appears to have, appears to have a nice angle to float down for the 5, but from this angle it looks like he's quite straight on it. He's drawn the cue ball back. Looks to have come back across far enough. Now Victor stayed high of the 6. He's got to come past the side pocket. Can always make just eyeing it up a little trickier. The 8 may make it a slightly larger pocket down there. Not a problem. Well, Victor may have finished straight on the 7, but in fairness, where that 8 is positioned, he wouldn't need to do too much. Well, it's floated over towards the top rail. It was all about pace. Difficult with the distance between the balls. The cue ball has slightly overrun, but shouldn't create a problem for Victor here.
Extension.
Well, I said shouldn't create a problem. He felt that going around the table was the best ploy there. It's worked to great effect. And this 10 ball to bring the scoreline back to 4 apiece, and these players trading blows, both with breaks and also with points on the board. We see a little roundup of the shots there from Victor. Who will now be looking forward to coming back to the table with 2 breaks. Well, the advantage that Emile Andre had created in that rack has been wiped out. So it's all square, 4-4 in this race to 7. Victor Zalinski begins his set of 2 breaks. Makes the 8 in the side pocket, but the cue ball has dressed up quite close to the 1. Don't think there's anything on for him here. No. And a little bit tricky to find an obvious safe. He's had a little look from both sides of this one now. Playing the thinnest of cuts. Oh, nearly took a chunk of the 4 that could have slowed it up, but it didn't. It just slid past the 4 with a little brush. Emile eyeing up the 1 rail escape, just low of the left side pocket as we're looking at it. He's called a 1 into the top right. Every chance of potting it. Every chance of potting it, but how's his luck with the cue ball? Well, if it passes the 5, he has been rather fortunate. But first, let's not take anything away from that pot. Absolutely fantastic. And I've got a feeling that 2 does pass. made, it was difficult to get the cue ball up above the 3 without running out of position. It's now left a very thin cut on the 3. Cue ball should stay close to the 4, but needs to make sure of the pot first. Well, I said it should stay close to the 4. He's made contact with the 4, and that's created a lot of distance between the two. He may feel there's value in taking this on. I think there is. Yeah, Gangflot just taking a couple of looks from different perspectives of the table. And now inspecting the potting angle. Looks like he's going for this. We'll have some traffic perhaps to contend with, but focus on the pot. Well, he did have some traffic to contend with. He picked up a chunk of the 6, but didn't make the pot. That 4 has floated down into quite a friendly position here for Victor, available for the side pocket. Which he has made, and has a natural angle on the 5 to come up the table for the 6. There's been a couple of occasions in this match where Gangflot has, well, I felt, been in prime position to take the rack, and they've just leaked away from him. But full credit to his determination with the scoreline still at 4-4. It just goes to show. That with grit and determination, not only can you stay in the match, but you can give yourself every opportunity to take it. At the moment, Victor is looking to snuff out that momentum. With this 10 ball, will regain the lead and one step closer to the magic 7, and has done. Scoreline now 5-4 in favour of Victor, and Victor with the second of his set of 2 breaks would ideally like to take this one and get to the hill to ask all the questions from Gangflot. Over on our table 2, it looks like Max Lechner is still holding that lead. In fact, he's now 5-2 up on Oliver Zolnocki and getting very closer to the magic mark. Walter Leiker of Sweden is through 7-3 against Tom Kurtz. Again, if you want the results and fixtures live scores, please do visit EPBF.com. Oh, the 8 drops, but look where the 1 has ended up. Flush behind the 9.
On table 7, Azani Venedin against Nikolaus Malai. Azani Venedin against Nikolaus Malai on table 7.
Very difficult to see what value there is in a push. I may expect him to go 1 rail into this. He may be able to come off in between the blue 2 and the 9 off the long rail and catch the one thick, but he'd need to play it so delicately to hold the cue ball behind the 9. It's a touchy shot.
Toraman, match. Fabio Rizzi, table 11. Toraman, match. Fabio Rizzi, table
Oh, that's what he's gone for. And wow, great result. He may have even got a bonus of the cue ball being close enough to the 9 to prevent this one rail escape, but Emile's having a good look. He'd really like that. May even choose to call the 7 as a bit of a backup. He did make a call. Wouldn't be surprised if it was the 7. Now, where's that cue ball running to? Is running past the 4. That leaves the potting angle open for Victor.
On table 14.
He took it on, made the pot run into the 10, but that holds the cue ball in shape for the blue 2. However, with that amount of distance between them, he's going to need to put in a bit of a shot here to get position for the red 3. Well, he did put in a shot with deep draw. And just to let our viewers know, coming up after this round of matches, we will kick over to the losers second round bracket at 7:30, and we'll be looking to bring you the cream of the matchups there on table 1 and table 2. So as they get selected, we'll bring you updates as to the lineup, but keep that in your schedule. 25 minutes from now, we'll be straight back with more action. Now, nice shot on the 3 was played. Victor likely will take the 4 up into the top left pocket here. And you have to say, he is looking in good position to get to the hill. And that will ask everything from his opponent's break. Well, Victor just looked up to the heavens there. I was wondering if he feared he was too flat on the 6. From this angle, it doesn't look so. Let's see. Deep on the cue ball. Has played that well. Victor Zalinski, this 10 ball to get to the hill with a 2-rack advantage, and makes it 6-4 is the score. This is double elimination, so the loser of this match will get another bite of the cherry, but will have to take a longer route to get to the finals. But Victor taking full advantage of his breaks here, and sees himself on the hill. Emile to break. must-win situation for him here. Again, Emile making good contact, plenty of power. However, yet again, a ball not finding a pocket. And that full ball looked ever so threatening into the top right. However, it's just dressed up over the pocket. Looking at the results from the break, Victor has an edge of this one. Oh, he went for that full-blooded, has got away with it somewhat with that cue ball rattling in the bottom left corner pocket. It's not covered the one with the two ball though. However, not really much for Gangflot to attack on. Called an extension. Looks like he could see enough of it to play it thick. But if I understood the call and the body language correctly, he's called the top left pocket. Caught it a bit thick. And the cue ball's finished quite close to the one, but it looks like the one would be available. Oh, does it slide past the 8? Looks like it does. No, whether it did or didn't, Victor decided safety was the best tactic there, and as you can see, great result. With that one ball being having a little bit more distance off the short rail, it makes it a bit of a harder target to aim for, and with that being so, Gangflot's going airborne. It's going to play over the cluster of the 9-7. Again flirted with the bottom left pocket, as did his opponent previously. He's not got away with it though. Although, I say he hasn't got away with it, that one isn't available directly to the bottom right pocket. Looked like Victor called the 1-6 combination. And made it. Ooh, the cue ball's just tracked up against the rail. Tricky cueing off the rail, tricky cueing, and playing it at that pace. Well, it's missed, and it brings Emile Andre to the table, and Has a good look at the 1, plays across for the 3. Victor had a look at the 7 earlier on in this rack. Seems to be available to the bottom right corner. If that's the case, great chance here for Gangflot to get the score within 1. Cannot afford to lose a rack now. Should be able to hold for the 7. Will be helped if the 8 passes the 10. That's what he's just checked. Makes the pot, but that 9 ball has just misbehaved. It's rested in that awkward spot where we've seen a couple of balls land in this match. One proving a bit troublesome for Victor, the other not. As you can see, possibly not a full pocket, but certainly on. And now Emile has called the crossbank left side pocket. This is a brave shot. Look at cueing. Awkward. Increases the level of difficulty. Shot clock breathing down his neck. Oh, good line. Great line. Good pot. Cue ball has, well, done the best it could do. And now a tricky 10 for Emile. Oh, well, these side pockets are not very forgiving at the best of times. It's not left a gimme for Victor, but you would expect either player in this position to munch this one up, and what a turnaround after all that work for Emile Andre Gangflot. It sadly doesn't pay off, and Victor Zalinski finds himself progressing through to the next round, winners round 2. And as I mentioned, coming up on this table in 15 minutes, we will return with a loser's second round matchup. And, well, you'll have to be surprised with that because it's not been announced yet. And if you want to continue watching the action over on table 2, please do follow the link and you can watch the culmination of the matchup between Mad Max Lechner and Oliver Zolnocki. My name's Gethin Davis. It's been a pleasure. We look forward to being back with you in 15 short minutes. Don't go anywhere.
Table 1, Abdelur Merjani and Mohamed Sofi. Merjani Sofi on table 1. on table 19, Pablo Garcia Lagar against Holger Gries. Pablo Garcia Lagar, Holger Gries, table 19.
Any side?
Sophie right.
When you are done, you can take your case out of hands. Yes, I know. It's from Emile. When you are done, then you put your case outside this arena and you take it off. And don't start until they give you the signal.
The next match on table 18, Damian Markovic, Juan Carlos Exposito. Damian Markovic, Juan Carlos Exposito, table 18.
أمير سفيان يلا نروح.
actually practice.
Of course, yeah, yeah.
Blackpool fans, halfway through this opening rack in the losers round second bracket here between Abdelouad Mayani and Mohamed Soufi. Apologies for joining you a little later than expected. And I was able to watch some of the play, some good improvisation from Soufi. But Abdul back to the table. And with not bad a look at this opening rack, did win the lag. And this Predator Luxembourg Open is a 10-ball event, 2 breaks per player alternating. It's a race to 7. Both players under the shot clock. Ooh, and Abdul using the whole pocket there. But that won't matter. And this 10-ball to hold his break and get off to the best start, which he has done. Takes the opening rack and will get back to the table for the second of his round of 2 breaks.
EUROTOUR moment. There will be a players meeting around 8 o'clock.
We are bringing you
Venue.
2 stream tables here
Players meeting for the
at this absolutely superb venue, the GRIDX.
venue. Thank you.
It's the first multi-experience destination in Europe, and I've already been getting reports back from some of the players. It is an absolute fantastic venue. If you want to come down and watch for yourselves and you live locally, please do. So Mayani, with the second of his 2 breaks, converted the first one. Soufi off screen. And another dry break from Abdul. Well, when Soufi is in and amongst the balls, he can look, well, even quite passive to the game. He doesn't really need to do too much thinking to settle on his shot, and can be very creative, as you would have seen in the shot in the earlier rack where he played that long ball up the cushion off the 9 into the corner pocket. And he can back it up with a good safety game. I'm not too sure if on this occasion he's leaked an edge. I don't think he has. And although Abdul made a 1-rail escape, he's scratched. And that's ball in hand to Soufi. And the way that the balls are spread, he would be expecting to get his first notch on the board. But again, he's just rushed into that shot, you feel, and has left himself with a thinner cut than he'd like. It's not mattered. But for our viewers new to Soufi, it is something you need to get used to, and it can be quite intimidating and provocative for his opponent, but that is his style. Uses all of the pocket. First day, fresh cloth, slidey rails. That might not have sunk on day 4, but it has here. And that, in quick fashion, will bring the scoreline back to 1 apiece, and a break of Abdul's servers, so to speak. So Sufi just creating a small advantage, and now we will get to have a look at how his break is working. Again, like his opponent, good contact, good spread of the balls, but the difference is he's made a ball off the break here. And has a thin cut left on the 1. Well, that was a bit too thick. Has he got away with it and brought the 7 into play? I think he has. Miani may be able to play off the long rail first. Oh, he's played that well. Held good position for the blue too. Ouch. That was not what he intended, and I was about to raise the point of Sufi's style of play can lend itself to giving his opponents opportunities at the table, but they need to be converted, and with that thought, Abdul has made contact with the 9 and has brought it into play. Looks like he's going to go airborne here over the 9. Wasn't able to get over the 9. A difficult jump, but that will result in ball in hand for Sufi. Kato on the sleeve of Abdul. And as I alluded to, ladies and gentlemen, Sufi very quick around the table, makes it look rather easy at times, but also that does bring sometimes a level of danger for him, and he can end up being his worst enemy at times. But when they're going in like this, he is a very formidable player out there. And was just looking to check. He was waiting for the balls to come to a stop. I know that can be a particular thing. So Sufi with a 2-1 lead, converting the first of his breaks. Will be looking to do the same for his second here and stretch that lead out. So far, getting the best rewards from the breaks, and he's only had 1. I don't know if our astute viewers were able just to look at the back arm of Sufi during that break. It is at a completely different angle to what many of the textbooks tell you. And how much effect can he use that too? He's again made ball off the break. He's been unfortunate with the position that he's left the cue ball in. But he felt the one was still on. He hasn't made it. And as I mentioned, opportunities can come against Sufi. It's just so important that you can convert them. And I don't, or rather have not seen too much of Majani in play. But going on the first couple of racks to this one, he's just starting to speed up a little bit, and I'm not too sure if that's being brought about because of the pace that Sufi plays in, but I would have to offer a bit of advice just to keep your own pace. It's so easy to speed up. And that's resulted in a miss. What looked like a very thin cut was made to be look quite simple from Sufi there. I feel that, yes, okay, early stages of the match. But Abdul has had two good opportunities here in this and the rack before. Hasn't been able to convert them. His opponent, Mohammed Sufi, has. Stretches the lead to 3-1. Will give over the break to Majani here. So we just have a little look out on our other table. It's the culmination of a matchup in the winners round one between Max Lechner and Oliver Zalinski. That's continuing on table two, and it looks like that will be Max Lechner taking the win on the hill. Thank you very much for that. Now, again, a little sense of despair from Abdul, not happy with the result he's got from the break.
Next match on table 2, Alexa Pietzel, Ivica Putnik. Alexa Pietzel, Ivica Putnik, table 2. And a short information for the Predator EUROTOUR women. There will be a players meeting 8 o'clock in front of the venue. Players meeting for the Predator EUROTOUR women will be at 8 o'clock in front of the venue. Thank you.
Well, cue ball back out into the open. Long 4. With a little bit of angle to float over for the 5. Before I can even pick up the shot, Sufi's down and playing them. So this 10 ball now for 4-1. I can't help but think of how intimidating this is for any opponent. But Majani will be fully aware of Sufi and what he's capable of. I just fear that if Majani is to speed up faster than his sort of natural play, that he will succumb. There. Clearly with the scoreline as it is at the moment. Just moving the cue ball over a little bit further. Looking to get a bit more fortune from the break. Hasn't been working yet, so well, he's made 2 dip balls this time, but yet again, just not getting any luck on the next shot. Quite difficult to pick out a push shot here, really, from Ajani. He's keeping it high up the table. Looks like the 2 would pass the 4, but the side pocket is lurking. I think that would be a certain scratch, so Ajani calling the bank shot. It looked like it was a bank shot. He was calling. Sufi back to the table. Just check to see if the 5 passes the 10. Looks thin from the overhead. Oh, and he even rubbed 10. Still drops. With not many shot selection, this scoreline is really mounting up quick for him here. It takes a 5-1 lead in this race to 7 and has picked off both of Abdul's breaks, and not good signs for him. And that smile earlier from Sufi is clearly feeling in form. Match will be getting underway over on our table 2 shortly. That's a matchup. An all Balkan derby. Pachal taking on Putnik. The way Sufi is playing here, he's looking to close this one out before that one gets started. So you may all be in treat to 2 matches in the second and last instalment, rather, of today's play. So big break from Sufi makes the 10. The 10 will be respotted. They're just checking which spot it goes on. I think it goes on the 10. Just checking with the ref. The head spot. Light-heartedness between the players. Nothing available here for Sufi though with the 1, but a good opportunity to stick that cue ball to the 8 ball, or even better, bring it behind the red 3, which he has done. And the way that he's come around that 3 is completely cut off, taking the short rail escape. May be able to swerve around the 3. He came around the back of it on purpose, called this pocket. Very unfortunate, didn't make it, but could have put Sufi. Yeah, has done with the 8. Looked to play the cue ball around the 3, failed. Will be ball in hand to Merjani. Just having a look. Yeah, the 4 is in a bit of a tricky predicament down there. Doesn't have as many, well, doesn't have the obvious pocket available. That's what he just came down to have a little look at there. As you can see from this angle, played into the bottom left. Away from that. The 2 ball looks like it's tracking up into a safe position. Did it go too far? It has done. So if you can see enough of it. I didn't hear the call for the bank. Certainly appears to be what he's gone for. He's got second prize. He's brought the 5 ball in the way. That 5 ball may have leaked into trouble. I say may have. From this angle, he may be able to pick up the potting angle. It certainly looks that way from the body language of Sufi. With the 6s, didn't need to be creative. So you have to say, maybe a few too many chances for Sufi, but he has certainly taken them when they've arrived, and he has been the more creative of the two. However, early in the match, Abdul did get a couple of opportunities that he failed to convert and could really have stolen a match early on in this match. Completely flipped. And now Mohamed Sufi finds himself at 6-1 ahead. They're just having a little chat to check who's breaking. I believe it's the second of Sufi's. Which it certainly looks like, but they're just checking to make sure, which is never a bad thing. So it just feels like it's been so quick getting to this point. But Mohamed Sufi is leading 6-1, finds himself on the hill in this race to 7, breaking. The 4 ball dropped. Another ball dropped, looked like 5. A bit of distance between the cue ball and 1. But with the scoreline where it is and the natural aggressive nature of Sufi, he'll be taking this cut onto the top left. It wasn't easy where the cue ball was, up against the short rail. He's played it very well and held for the blue too. 3 is going to be a little bit trickier unless he can get back around the top of it. Or it may even pass the 8. That might make it a little bit easier for him. He played that last shot delightfully to get back around the top for the 3. It really appears that Sufi's come here to play. If he can continue form like this, I would certainly expect him to go deep over these 4 days. This is a losers 2 match, so both these players playing for their tournament life, as they're in the loser side of the double elimination. And well, It's been conceded early by Abdullawad Mayani. He has found himself on the receiving end of a very formidable Mohamed Sufi, who will progress through in the losers bracket. He's done it in very short fashion, winning 7 racks to 1. As you can see in the background there, the other match underway, the Balkan Derby. That's the matchup between Pechel and Butnik. And that's only just got underway, so please do switch over to our other stream channel to pick up the remaining of today's play. And I'll look forward to seeing you all back here tomorrow morning for more action, including we'll be kicking off the EuroTour women's event. So look forward to having you back and have fun over on table 2.